Hello everyone. Hopefully you are hearing me well. Hopefully that you are having a great time today. As you know, we are doing this like kind of a series where basically a walkthrough series with me, Iurii, also known as Terlord, playing some Grim Dawn, softcore, from start to finish with like endgame content and stuff. But for now we are still like the first difficulty, first DLC for the first difficulty, and we are having like a ton of fun. This series is done not from a fresh account, the series is done from my brother's account, who already played this game for quite some time. He actually inspired me to do like my own playthrough. I've played this game. I'm going to tell you this kind of stuff that I've played this game and before, but I only played it on hardcore. I never played it on softcore. I played it with various different builds on hardcore, with builds that are not hardcore capable, with builds that are hardcore capable, but I still managed to die with them. Granted, a lot of those deaths on hardcore came due to the my own inexperience. Yeah, my own inexperience with the game itself, with how mechanics works, etc. I still had a lot of fun. The farthest I reached on hardcore was second DLC on the second difficulty, so you can consider like I still had a long time to go till I would reach the third difficulty and all that kind of stuff. Granted, I'm not a total noob when it comes to this game, but I'm a absolute disaster when it comes to like trying to explain stuff with terminology, with like some build suggestion. I mean, I can suggest builds, but my suggestions will going to be mostly to just try and suggest you a build that is in the internet, so it's not like I'm going to create a new wheel or some kind of that thing, because to make builds you have to have like a very good knowledge of the game, and I personally prefer to utilize what is already made from the people who are more experienced in that area. Because remember the fact that, well, yeah, you can create a build, but in order for this build to be successful, it has to pass several milestones. Beat the campaign, be relevant in the end game, and by relevance I mean be capable of closing the Crucible, as well as be able to play some Shattered development stuff. So, granted, this whole stuff is not for me. I prefer to utilize what is already made and still have fun with the game and commentary. So it's not bad, but it's not like something super important or super valuable. Okay, I think that's this at least like shows you what kind of a player I am. Mostly like softcore, but not oblivious to hardcore as well. So when it comes to how this whole series is going to be doing, so I already am like level 74. So for the second difficulty, I will going to complete the quests that are going to be giving me those stat points, skill points, and as well as collecting some devotions, and then utilizing the basically, I'll do this utilizing the stone that will unlock those teleports to different locations. So I'm not going to be clearing thoroughly second difficulty. Granted, I do not need to do that, hopefully, and I will be jumping into the third difficulty. But I guess this is not going to be happening in this stream or next stream. That's going to be probably happening somewhere around next week. Next week's second stream, I guess. Hopefully I'll manage to beat this DLC today, second DLC on the next stream, and then gonna jump into doing that additional stuff for the second difficulty. For now, we will going to have fun with the first difficulty, first DLC, and gonna continue on basically from where we left off. I already came to this NPC to finish the quest and start the new quest that is in the same area, and I'm gonna have lots of fun today. Hopefully, and hopefully you also. When it comes to what I did off stream, I'm going to show you this. Lower the volume a little bit because it's too much for my ears, since I'm wearing headphones and I hear the sound much higher than you might. Okay. So I've changed the amulet and I've changed chest to a better one. And overall with resistances I have everything good except for Ether and Stun. Ether I'm going to max it out by this thing. If I'm gonna put some points into here, I'm going to be having that Ether resistance going up to a more reasonable number. That's pretty much it for when it comes to what I've done off stream, for the introduction. Have fun with the stream, have fun with watching the gameplay, hearing commentary, ask questions, share opinions, and let us begin today's episode of Grim Dawn Walkthrough series, done with the dual wield pistol, purifier on fire and elemental. That's important. Okay, so we are done with this quest line. Now it's time to go here. Granted, this DLC is not that long, so I guess we will manage to do it on today's stream. Yeah, this whole stuff, the only thing that I'm not kind of comfortable with when it comes to playing this character, even though I have like huge resistances and stuff, enemies who are doing heavy physical damage are painful. They can hurt me really good. You probably saw this when on the previous stream we have fought demons. Like, I have pretty decent resistances against everything, but when it comes to physical is still going to do a lot. Granted, I didn't die, but I felt it. I felt the fact that this particular type of damage is giving me a headache. Everything else, I think it's manageable. Granted, we haven't met heavy ether damage, so... Oh, and yeah, for today's stream, I'm going to also try to restrict myself from doing repeating the word damage a lot, because as I was revisiting those previous parts, which by the way, the new thing, For those of you who missed previous part on our YouTube channel, I'm starting to upload all those parts of this playthrough, this particular playthrough from start to finish. I will be uploading them. It's raw, unedited stuff, so it's gonna be like lengthy videos for you to revisit in case you have missed them and you want to check them out again. You can do this by going into our YouTube channel. Link is provided in the Twitch tab section, and then you will going to find the playlist, which is Grim Dawn Unedited Purifier Walkthrough, and currently there are 3 parts. Today will be 3 more parts uploaded, so practically everything up until now is going to be uploaded. And this part is going to be uploaded like tomorrow. Yeah, because there is a restriction for affiliates and for partners, Twitch affiliates, Twitch partners. They cannot upload content like immediately. You have to wait 24 hours. So everything is going to be there. Just wait. Hello to you too. I'm doing great. I just started the stream, I've explained what I've done off stream, explained what is my plan for today's stream, which is going to be to finish this DLC, maybe to start the second one. And yeah, I will going to be focusing on, when I will be explaining stuff or just talking, I will going to focus on stuff that is not related to how damaging enemies are or how much damage my character does. So today's stream is me preventing myself from repeating the word damage that much. Because you can already see, like, this particular aspect, like damage, is there, so no reason for me to say it like 50 times. I'd rather focus. I haven't focused on constellations when I was explaining stuff. Currently I'm working on Harvestman Sight constellation, which is this one. And granted, I have questions about this particular like constellation. I guess it's a filler because yeah, it gives you like movement speed, energy, HP, physique, healing effects, stats. But granted, it's not specifically for this like character, because for the most part it doesn't seem like it gives something spectacular. It gives lots of regeneration, 6% movement speed, but outside of it, it's not that huge. And after that, I go for the Revenant constellation. For those of you who do not know, here is it, under Revenant Ghoul. Ghoul constellation. Yeah, I go for Ghoul. Yeah, it's going to be my life leech from attacks with attack speed, with the proc, as well as like tons of as the proc being procced. As this stuff being procced, I will get a ton of HP regeneration for some time, for several seconds, and I will get attack speed, 8% attack speed. this is one of those things that can help me with survivability, though granted, yet again, I am going to say this isn't your thing that will going to solve all the issues, because there are such situations where you're going to simply, it's going to proc and you're still gonna die. Like, it gets procced, you get crowd control, or you're going to eat a huge chunk of damage, you're not going to be able to heal, and you're dead. So do not think that it's gonna solve everything. Do not think that Inquisitor Seal can solve everything. It's a great tool, but it's not solution to every problem in the world. Unless you're playing some kind of warlord, you are not going to be able warlord with lots of damage absorption, almost to the fact where you do not receive any kind of DPS, damage per second, or basically when enemies are going to hit you, you're not even going to feel anything. Unless you play something like that, you will going to have to think about other sources of survivability. This game provides those sources, yes, this game does, but for some classes more than for the others.
That skill's not ready.
I'm gonna take this path. It's kind of a secret-ish. You fight a sort of a boss here. The boss likes to stun you. That's the thing that you kind of have to know. He's going to stun you with charge, he's going to stun you with his attacks. He likes to stun. I do not have a huge stun resistance. Granted, I don't even have like 50% stun resistance, but I killed this boss with characters that had like none stun resistance, so... I guess we can still defeat him without that much of a problem. Okay. I'm going to max this out. Once again, the skill distribution is going to change. There is this boss, Galacross, the mountain. As you see, he didn't even stun me. Yeah. Though I actually wonder why he didn't stun me once. Is it just because I was standing there and not moving away for him to charge, so that he will not charge? But I mean, he can stun you with auto attacks and with skills. Whatever, it doesn't really matter. What I'm thinking is maxing this stuff out and then going into Inquisitor and start pumping up that modification for Word of Renewal, the one that will going to give me ether resistances. Because if I cannot really get it from anywhere else, might as well get it from that skill. The skill is there for a reason, right? And yeah, when it comes to skill distribution, I will, once I will going to reach level 100, yes, I will going to change skills to how they are in the build, which by the way, you can access the build, you can check how the build looks, how devotions are leveled up, how the endgame version of it is going to look like by simply typing in chat !build. That will going to give you a link to Grim Tools. There you're going to find the endgame version of build. And if you want to know how devotions, like pattern for devotion leveling, once again, easy to do so by typing ! Devotion. This will going to give you a link to Crate Entertainment forum where I found this build. In comment section, the author of this build explains
have a damn good reason to be here.
how.
Before I assume you're just another ethereal. You're not from Malmouth, though. I'd know.
Explaining
Speak.
how
Why are
and
you here?
what devotion should come after what, so that you would know if you are a beginner player and you do not know how to reach that endgame picture with devotion, it's going to tell you about it. So commands are there, use them, copy the build, utilize the build, do whatever you want with this build. I'm not an owner of this build, and even if I was, you can do whatever you want with it. So it's your choice.
Eh? You in what army? The Black Lead? I don't know what that means. But if... So, yes. If you're serious, the ethereals do more...
So we reached the Malmouth, finally. And in this location plays probably one of the best soundtracks in this entire game. It's my personal opinion, but I think it's probably one of the best soundtrack that you're going to hear in this game. It fits the environment, it fits the purpose. Amazing stuff. Right, so the quests are being given to me, so I might as well just start doing them. I don't think that it's that important to currently speak with those NPCs. I've done that when I was playing the game back in the day. So when it comes to like story and stuff, that stuff I already know. I know that in this location there is a group of NPCs that you can save. Granted, there is a chance for this stuff to happen. They might not decide to join you, because I had like instances where basically there will be a man and some children there. I guess, well, I don't guess, it's like he's their father, and when you try to help them, he might attack you. There is this possibility. It's not the end of the world if you're not gonna be able to save an NPC, so do not worry if you mess up. It ain't going to be irrelevant to the fact that you are not going to be able to get a good gear or anything like that. It's just story-related stuff. Important for story, for progression, and for gearing, not so much. Yeah, so we are approaching them. They are here. Let's see. Nope. Unfortunately, he attacked me.
I can't do that yet.
I've explained this many times, but the way I play lots of like action RPGs, so when it comes to like clearing locations, I know that there is a way for you to play without clearing everything, skipping a lot of stuff, and this way is also a possibility, so I'm not going to judge you if you play it differently, but how I play it. So I go into location and I pretty much clear everything.
That skill's not ready.
Like, explore the map and kill pretty much every single enemy. I know that it's not needed, especially if you are going for like fast forward, but I am kind of used to this playstyle and didn't see the reason to change it. With this particular build, the closer the enemies are going to get to you, the more damage you're going to be doing to them. Here is how it kind of works. It all comes down to your aura ultimate skill from Inquisitor, which is this one, Aura of Censure. It does fire damage. It does fire to enemies, as well as it cuts their resistances. Elemental resistance, right? Yeah, elemental resistances by 30%. So the closer they are going to get to you, the more once again, I am going to mention damage sometimes, but I will going to reduce the amount of utilizing this word for this stream, but you're basically going to do more against them. Well, it's a little bit weird, because you might be thinking, well, since I'm playing range character, am I not in a disadvantage if enemies are going to get close? Normally, it would be the thing, and at first, I also thought about that, but apparently this game is different when it comes to that particular aspect. And here, even if you are ranged and enemies are getting closer to you, you are getting benefits from it. And the only downside might be the survivability, tankiness. But then once again, Inquisitor is not one of those subclasses that can be viewed as a squishy one, because, and especially with Demolitionist, because yet again you're going to have the Blast Shield. Excellent tool for survivability. Yet again you are going to have an Inquisitor seal. However, you still should understand the fact that
That skill's not ready.
those things are not 100% going to save you from every single situation. It's not like 100% damage absorption that you would reach, or almost 100% damage absorption that you can reach with, let's say, for example, Warlord. And granted, you are not playing a tank. And granted, I'm playing with 2 pistols. Like, should I have went for a build that has 1 pistol and a shield, then yeah, I would be more on the safe side. Because shield grants a lot when it comes to defense. However, we are not doing that. We are going for the fun stuff. And since it's softcore, you don't really have to
Can't do that yet.
be super careful. You can experiment, you can go for those particular builds that are less tanky, but let's say, for example, more fun to play. Because you might be having like a build that you want to try out. And it might be good, it might be interesting and fun, but you cannot bring it to hardcore. To softcore you can bring pretty much everything. Everything that you desire. Not everything is going to work out.
That skill's not ready.
That's for sure. But a lot of stuff can be utilized regardless. Now I'm pretty positive, like, once you get to the Malmouth, the DLC, like, you are going to pass it pretty fast.
That skill's not
From my, like, from how I felt it, it takes longer time to get to the city itself than it is to clear it. Oh, I might be wrong on that, but regardless, DLCs are not that long.
That skill's not ready.
I would have liked to have here resistances towards more resistances towards ether. Currently I'm like at 57. And that's with Word of Renewal giving me extra 5%. That's the reason why I will be maxing it out, just to cover up that downside in my whole like defensive picture. Because that's pretty much the only thing, well, outside stun resist, that's the only thing that I'm lacking.
I can't do that yet.
Okay, so now we need to pretty much just open the gate, and there we will fight against basically the mini-boss that is protecting the gate. From my experience, he is tougher than... For some reason, he is tougher than Galacross, the one that we already killed in the sewers. He's going to have like some kind of the same model as him, but he's going to do different type of damage, and he is going to do like more. He's going to be more tanky, and he's going to be more threatening. Because the most threatening thing about Galacross the Mountain is his stun, constant stunning stuff. But I just didn't felt his stun due to the simple fact that he didn't even stun me once. That's me not even having my stun resist maxed out. I'm pretty sure he will on the next difficulties, but for now he couldn't.
Do that yet.
The mod that I'm using is called Grim Internals. For those of you who do not know, this modification is very useful when it comes to quality of life changes that it provides. The stuff that you would personally like to see in the game by default. Granted, it is not there by default, so that's the downside, that the game does not... Those are quality of life stuff that are pretty obvious. Well, tossing auto pickup loot aside, like, okay, auto pickup loot can... let's omit it. Let's view it without it. It allows you to see with what kind of type of damage you are being hit with from enemies. That's one thing. A very good thing, as a matter of fact, for you to better understand what kind of type of damage, okay, let's say type of damage enemies are doing to you, so that you would know what kind of resistances you need to gather more, or maybe you need straight up just defense, because, for example, the demons that I fought, Chthonian demons in this DLC, I have ridiculous resistances against lots of types of damage, but not against physical. So with physical, they've been doing significant they are posing significant threat to me. With everything else, however, I'm pretty good. And they were not doing ether, so it doesn't have to do anything with not overcapping ether resist. And that's me also standing in the seal, and they still managed to be threatening. Okay. He is doing ether. I was thinking, can I like face tank him? But then, no, not in all of that ether stuff. But outside of like showing you those kinds of things, this modification will also going to allow you to see whether or not you've placed a debuff on the enemy, which is another great thing. Another great thing is the fact that this modification will also going to allow you to see enemies' HP bars, as well as presenting you how much time do you have until, well, you buffed yourself, right? You buffed yourself. So I buff Word of Renewal, it lasts 30 seconds. For me to look here, I can look here and know exact the timing. Granted, once again, you can also look here. To me, one of the most important stuff is highlighting enemies' HP bars. In some locations, you pretty much cannot see where all the enemies are, and being able to see them via those HP bars, it's pretty pretty good.
I've spoken with Karinia. Karinia.
Granted, you might play without this modification. It's not obligatory in any case, but it's a good addition. I would definitely recommend, especially for beginners, to utilize this modification, or if you are thinking about using it or not using it, try to play with and without it. Compare it and then make a final decision. This modification is official, so do not worry about it. It's not like some kind of stuff that will going to be illegal or anything like that. This modification is supported by the developers, so do not worry about that. Okay, let's take a look at this. Fire, burn. Yeah. Yeah, but no. I mean, nope. I don't want to. And I just like the music in that place, in this particular place. When I was first playing and I reached this place and this music started playing, I just simply stood there and listened to it. Okay, fire, ether, termite mine, hellfire. Nope. Nope. Not gonna sell like 4 extra points into brimstone for some whatever little bonuses it might going to give me, because 4 to one of your main attacks is a lot. By the way, here's what I was saying about shields being a little bit busted when it comes to defense. As you can see, like, it gives 54% fire resist and poison acid resist. But that's just a norm. It can get even higher. Way higher than that. Acid damage, bird damage. Okay, let's see. Fire, burn. Ether to elemental. Bleed resist. I can pick it up because it gives good to like fire and burn. Plus one skill to one to all Inquisitor skills. I'll lose some offense ability. Chaos, slow resistance. Yeah, I will going to do this. And this looks also decent. Physical fire, burn damage with resistances. So, okay. I'm still debating on this. Yes, offensive potential with wearing this belt is going to go up. Okay. I'm still thinking about that. Still thinking.
Safe storage, no questions asked.
This chest armor most definitely I'm going to equip, but what about the belt? So my case resistant minus 30, 33, elemental minus 9. Yeah, sure. Let's change it. So... okay, with this I'm done. For now. For now I'm done with this. And... I go with this. Most definitely now I can just go TP and... what was in this belt? Fire and lightning. Let's keep it fire and lightning. I know exactly where I bought it. I bought it here. Yeah, if I'm going to max this out, my problem with Ether Resist is going to get solved. My problem with what also? Okay, not here. My problem with
That skill's not ready.
defense is also going to... defense against physical is going to go away once I will going to start equipping items with more armor stat on them, like that armor that I am currently having in stash. I need to redistribute stats now. Yep. Need to do some stats redistribution. I'm currently lacking a little bit of spirit.
Got something stashed.
Little bit of spirit. Where is that potion? Potion, potion, potion. No, it's not that. I know that there is a potion. Devotion points, attributes. Okay, so I'm lacking spirit. Now I'm not lacking spirit. Okay, let's go a little bit higher with this spirit stuff and... yeah. Generally, an endgame version of this build is going to show you that you're going to pump up all of your points into physique. But for now, as you can see, like, because of leveling, because of how this whole like level process goes, you're gonna collect some items that you would want to use, but you cannot use them due to the stat restrictions. That's why I'm putting some points into stats that in the endgame version of the build you will not going to have them there. Okay. Good enough. See, another thing why this build is also kinda beginner friendly
There you are.
is because it does not require you to... it does not require from you some special
Can't do that yet.
micromanagement, microcontrol skills. It's pretty simple when it comes to like moving. Yeah, for kiting, yeah, a little bit of control is needed, but don't think that it's something super difficult to do. It's easy to get accustomed to how it works and how should you utilize it. So do not be afraid if you're going to try it out, or if you're going to try out like maybe Pierce Tactician. Not Pierce Tactician, but basically a dual pistol Tactician. You're going to also utilize that particular mechanic there, meaning kiting a little bit and then so that you would not allow enemies to get closer to you. For me, in a lot of situations, it's like just stand and shoot. But even so, in some others, I have to move around. It's not like my character is disabled somehow from moving. Unfortunately, not that many devotion points here. In the campaign there were much more. Granted, not the end of the world.
I can't do that yet.
Despite the fact that here you are fighting against ethereals, doesn't mean that other types of damage from opponents is not present here. Like there is fire, there is ice, physical as well. Pierce? Nah, I don't really see that someone shoots me here like it was when we were going to Port Valbury. And yes, I am utilizing those experience potions. That's a privilege of playing not on the fresh account. Since my brother had played this game for quite a while, he was capable of providing me with those experience potions as well as mandates for reputation. This gives you the possibility of getting to the desired skills faster, as well as you will be able to max out reputation with factions much faster than you would normally do. Granted, it doesn't take you that much time, even without them. I was also thinking about starting to put points into deadly aim. Considering how often will you crit with this build, and you're going to crit quite often. Because remember, you can crit with those mini projectiles that you shoot with collateral damage. Every time you crit, you will going to proc that deadly aim. Though I believe I'm going to check one thing so that I would not confuse you. Yeah, so it lasts 5 seconds and it has a 4.8 skill recharge. So as long as you crit, it is going to be like permanent. So when it will going to go away, you crit again and you're going to have it again.
That skill's not ready.
There is a lot of skills that by leveling which I can simultaneously boost offense and defense. Yes, I know that. Inquisitor Seal is one of those stuff. modifications for Words of Renewal as well. Like, it boosts both of those parameters. Though, granted, I want to focus on this thing for resistances. However, it also boosts damage, so yeah. No matter what I'm going to be pumping up, it's still gonna boost offense as well. Do not also forget the fact that stacking Inquisitor seals on top of another will going to boost your... will going to multiply bonuses, so this becomes multiplied. It is amazing. At first time I thought it worked differently and it didn't stack. If I'm not mistaken, in my calculations, which I might be, I think that I will going to finish those two DLCs, like finish the first difficulty on level something like 82, 83, maybe more. Yeah, again, those ether clouds. Do not face tank them. Do not stay in them. They are annoying when they start following you around and drain your HP. They are working kind of in the same fashion like your Ether Ground. Okay. This door is going to get opened when we're going to receive the last quest from the faction with which we signed.
That skill's not.
What I want to know, well, not know, but what I want to get. What I want to get is some form of legendary pistols with attack speed, with good attack speed. But I will not going to target farm or that kind of stuff. Basically, what you see on your screen pretty much all the gear was not farm, but as I was leveling, I was getting gear, and with that gear, I am progressing through the game. So I wasn't target farming for pretty much anything. And granted, there is no reason. Once again, I will going to say maybe for hardcore there is, just for you to be extra safe, to wear the best equipment. But as for softcore, you don't really need to target farm for leveling. Up until you reach absolute. There you kind of have to, because you are almost at the end game. So yeah. But for everything else, not really. You don't need to. That's just my take on it. Because there isn't really a reason to target farm for an item that you will going to change in like 5 levels, 7 levels. You will going to waste time doing so. Yeah, it will give you some bonuses, like good stuff, but it's unneeded, unnecessary. I'm putting myself in those kind of position. I rely a lot on the seal there to not get blown up. But I wouldn't recommend you to do so as well. Because let's be honest,
Can't do that yet.
it's unsafe to do. I do it primarily because I don't really care whether or not I will going to die. It will going to throw me back so that I would have to like spend some time to get back where I died. But at the same time, I'm trying to watch for the fact that I shouldn't really die like too much. It shouldn't be a corpse run. By doing corpse runs, you don't really trying to beat the challenge, you are just repeating the same stuff until it's done. And you are not learning or trying to evolve. Learn from your mistakes. Granted, like there was a boss in the swamp, like the tentacle boss, and I died there like how many? 2 times? 2 times I died there. I saw what my mistakes were. So it's not like I didn't learn from it at all. I was surprised by the fact that despite having that much resistances, it didn't really matter. Because his shotgun effects, as well as whirlpools, shred you into a complete, like, nothingness. Yeah, some enemies just tank way more than the others. I probably should get close to those tanky targets to reduce their resistances. And it will going to also at the same time boost the overall amount of deadly power that my character is capable of doing. Yeah, as you see, I am going for those synonyms for the word damage. Because I'm willing to stick to the plan of not using that word too often. Okay, I think for the main quest you need to go somewhere around here. So let's go. Let's take this path. No, the one that goes here. I might be wrong. I will going to check every path anyway. On the previous stream, I was speaking about how not that much experience I'm getting despite having the experience potion on me all the time. But now that I look at it, comparing to any other action RPG game, you are leveling here so fast. Holy. Back in something like Diablo 2, like compare it to something like Diablo 2, you level here so fast, it's unbelievable. Yeah, I'm just gonna stick to leveling Steel Resolve. Because looking at it, it gives everything that I want, except for fire damage, and instead gives, like, elemental. Yeah, see, it didn't matter like what path I took first, because I still went to clear everything. Okay, so I got myself a bomb. Quest item.
Can't do that yet.
And to be honest, it's how much? Like 2 locations we need to clear to get to the boss of this DLC. 2 or 3. So it's not that long. Hopefully I'll get like another level before I get to him. But then again, I might just utilize those ointments and oils. They will going to give me extra offense and defense. I can do it without them.
So this is what preliminary report.
Okay, I will go and complete those quests that I have started.
Good work out there. Good on you. I believe.
Nice.
Captain Wolf, I was wondering if perhaps I'm talking about the Black Eye.
Oh, secured the docks already? Holy. That's another like benefit of those of having those mandates. To put it simple, you would get this quest normally like way after you defeat the boss of this act. Okay, I should have placed a portal there. Okay, let's go by foot. But you would get normally this quest like way later on. And I got it now. Which is great. More experience. More experience. Oh, it's those target dummies. So to get to the docks, we need to take this path. Yep.
I can't do that yet.
So yeah, a good thing about this class, this build. Good amount of offense, yes, of defense could be better. But as for when you are speaking about like beginner friendliness, also it is present here as well as fun. to put it even more simpler, you are doing a lot of your firepower, and your main attack is basically you just shoot with that fire strike. You just shoot with the fire strike, and you are going to be proccing those things. 1, 2, 3. From Demolitionist, you are going to be proccing this. 1, 2, 3. Auras for supporting your offense, for supporting your defense. Inquisitor Seal, the same thing. Word of Renewal, the same thing, as well as it heals, as well as it gives you like buffs and stuff. Deadly Aim, procs on crits that you get from those, like just simple auto-attacking. So there is no stuff that you should like control, like Wind Devils. I'm speaking again of those Wind Devils, right? Yeah, Wind Devils. It's not like you're controlling your pets when you play something like Necromancer. No, it's ridiculously simple and easy to use. But at the same time, it's effective. I want to see how effective it is going to be at the end. Author of the build says that this build is capable of clearing
I can't do that yet.
everything up to Shattered Realm 85. It's quite good. SR 85 is far enough into Shattered Realm territory.
Was the mission a success? I always back before the city fell.
Okay, and the next is Council, but the Council is later on.
Come see what's left of my wares.
For leveling, this build is just great. Like, pick it up if you want, and you're gonna have fun with it. So when I'm looking through those items, the stuff that I am looking for is fire damage, elemental damage, resistances, attack speed, more resistances, as well as like plus 2 skills is also going to be great. It's not going to be present like all the time, but I'm trying to look so that my items would be relevant. Especially in comparing to the stuff that I already have. Because at first glance something might seem good, but then you go for a more detailed inspection and it's like, but mine is better.
Put it to good use.
Okay, where's the stash? I want to place stuff that I don't need in the stash.
I'll keep an eye out.
Nice. And let's continue. So we gotta slay the council. The council is going to be in this area. There's going to be a mini dungeon that you have to clear, and in the end we're going to fight ethereal councils. Once again, 3 of them, much like you've seen we fought in Port Velbury.
I can't do that yet.
Pretty much the same. The same, but they will going to do different stuff. I'm still impressed by where is all of that ether fire, ether ground. Like, they've captured the city, right? Yeah, but back in Port Velbury you had a ton of ether everywhere. Here is just a city that's after it was being attacked by them. And I especially like how Black Legion and all of those who's supposed to be fighting them, especially now when they have main character on their side, are just sitting there and teleporting only when you like complete the quest or all that kind of stuff, but mostly they're completely absent from the scene.
Can't do that.
Oh boy. Other amazing stuff about leveling this stuff up. It does not give you direct boost to fire, as it boosts, because it boosts your elemental, though it boosts your physical damage, and I have some gear that converts some portions of the physical damage into elemental or fire, I don't remember. But a good thing about it is also resist parts, as well as the percent damage to the races such as Chthonics and Eldritch.
Can't do that yet.
Personally, I consider Inquisitor to be a great subclass for several classes that you can go with him.
That skill's not ready.
Okay. Let's level it up 2 more times. Because why not? Because we can. And I will going to place another point in that harvestman site. It's completed. The next is going to be Ghoul. Since I will going to have lots of AoE as well as attack speed, the Ghoul is going to give me a lot of that needed lifesteal. Because of that, I will have more survivability in form of lifestealing, so that I will not constantly rely on like pots and stuff, but rather have a way to regenerate my HP with just every single attack that I'm going to be doing. I'm liking the multi-layer background here, meaning that those houses where you can go on the 2nd floor, on the 3rd floor, to make it be less linear, I guess. But it can be it can't be a little bit confusing. Like here, I wanna go. Oh, I cannot. Can I? No, I can't. See, a little bit confusing here. As I was thinking, I can get there, but I guess not.
That skill's not ready.
So now we are going, you see the star there, and that's where we need to go to defeat the console.
Can't do that yet.
In the Chamber of High Council. I would have preferred for them to make the 2nd difficulty more valuable, or should I say like more difficult. You're going to see once I will going to get to the 2nd difficulty that the 2nd difficulty is such a breather, like it's going to be so easy to just slide through it, even though I am not really planning on completely going through it, because I am going to utilize statue that is going to basically, I'm going to utilize an item that will grant me the possibility to just teleport around the global map and complete those quests, gather those missing devotion points, and then I will going to straight up jump into the absolute. There is absolutely no point for me to sit there. And one of the actual reason why I lost my Vitality Conjurer when I was playing on hardcore, there is because it was so easy to just, up to the point where I became extra careless and got blown up because of my own carelessness. I had much more trouble passing the first difficulty than it is to pass the second one. I am pretty sure that with this character it's going to be just the same thing.
That skill's not ready.
Oh, we are already at the councils. They are not even shielding themselves. Okay. Yeah, as you can see, here it says like 4,456 damage with Ether. Compare it to everything else. Next after it comes physical. So those are the two particular damage types that I was being hit with the most. So just as I said, the stuff that I have the last resistance to is the stuff that I am being hit the most. The physical part, I will going to try to cover it with utilizing better gear with more armor stat in it, as well as leveling up the Inquisitor seal and many more things.
Can't do that yet. That skill's not ready.
And my take on the Harvestman side, I might be completely wrong by it, but something tells me it's a filler devotion constellation. Yeah, the movement speed is great. It gives a lot of regeneration stuff, which technically is good. But not really like something spectacular. Okay, I want to get there. See, the position where I'm fighting her basically doesn't allow her to hit me with her meteors. There are some points in the game where utilizing that particular strategy can help you. In Crucible Gladiator, there is this thing as well. There are spots where you can stand and you're not gonna get hit by something like meteors.
I can't do that yet.
Okay, so pretty much we are almost there. Almost. We only need to destroy one thing. One more thing, and then we go here, and the new dungeon is going to be opened. New location, whatever you want to call it.
Can't do that yet.
I'm quite sure I will not gonna be able to tank the boss with this character, like tank him face to face. With ointments and oils, probably I can, but don't really think that it's necessary.
I can't do that yet.
I mean, utilizing those ointments and oils. I missed one, which is probably in this area. The one where I didn't go. To the right. To the right. Yep. That's exactly where I need to go. Okay. Oh, I didn't kill everyone. Alright. That's why. Or does it have anything? No, it doesn't have anything to do with that. Come on.
Have the councilman? Good.
Okay.
That skill's not ready.
The quest is done. Should I sell the loot? I think I should. Because there will be a lot more loot. Yeah, let's sell it to free the inventory.
Price of all I've got left.
Fire, burn, elemental... nope. Not good. Not good. I got to remember that for level 84 I have a good armor to equip. Unfortunately, nothing good has been found. Everything is kinda lame. Okay, there should be someone from whom I can buy stuff. And I think he's not here. He's inside. Oh no, no, here he is. So, how about fire? Do you have something for fire? Rings and amulet. Fire, lightning, burn. One-handed. Weapons. Elemental. Damage. Offensive ability. What do I have? Physical fire damage, offensive ability. And for rings, fire, burn, defensive ability. So those not that good. Nah. Okay. This is great for level 90. Okay. Only for level 90. Whatever. I get it. You guys are selling, in the DLCs, you guys are selling only the stuff for level 90. Good stuff starts from level 90. Then I will not gonna bother with it.
I can't do that yet.
I guess I'll try to kill the boss without
That's
using
still
any
not-
ointments. With them, it would be much easier, but let's do it without them.
I can't do that.
I think after we're going to like complete this DLC, I will going to do like some kind of a quick rundown through the devotion constellations that I'm currently using. Basically, why this and why not that, etc.
I can't do that.
I'll try to explain stuff from like my point of view, I might be wrong in some cases with explanations, but I'll still gonna try. Because that's the stuff that I haven't done like a single time throughout this series. And that's my mistake, because I think that some of you may be interested in that particular aspect. Wow, they slowed me and now they're freezing me. Still nothing good when it comes to guns. My guns aren't bad. They're just a little bit outdated. Mine are for like level 65. Yeah, both for 65.
Not ready.
So you can already see that should I had up-to-date stuff, the performance would have been much better. Well, technically not that it's bad,
It's locked.
it's still good. But if it could have been better. You are probably referring to that door that is locked, right? I'm pretty sure that I haven't missed a quest that is going to lead me to that door. About this door, right?
Not ready. I can't open them.
Oh, to Coven of Witches. Okay, thank you for that useful information. I would like to see what I can do with it, though. And where can I pick the quest? And from whom can I pick the quest? Oh, there it is.
Smell the
And I'm pretty sure that when I was playing back in the day, I haven't done this quest. Because I remember some locked doors that I didn't checked. That were still locked when I was passing through them.
So precious few moments in your brief lives, and you spend yours. It's not like a sheep to question it. Did you think you were special? That you had some purpose to fulfill, some glorious destiny? just another weak-minded vessel. While it's true that you've managed to disrupt our efforts in Burwich and spared the Black Legion.
Wow, so much pathos and so much cockiness, and still, what a weakling. Puny one.
Can't do that.
You really think you can stop me? Well, I'll get myself... Wait a second, I do not need to return this quest, right? No. God damn it. I wasn't paying attention. But oh well. I'm most certain that I haven't missed any more of those quests. So yeah, we will going to grab ourselves a level before we reach the boss. Amazing. Which means more points into that Word of Renewal modification. More resistance to Ether. Easier time against the boss of this DLC. Yeah, so it already gives me like 28%. It was definitely worth picking it up and maxing, because I get like a good chunk of resistance for that, as well as offense. Okay, so there is going to be yet another side quest. Really, when I played this class, it feels like I'm playing some kind of Vector Man game
That skill's not ready.
from good old Sega days, Sega Genesis. There's just so much stuff flying from those shots. Various different colors, various different forms.
That skill's not ready.
Okay, so one quest here and one quest is over there, and then we are going to go
That
for
skill's not ready.
the boss of this DLC. Some weird sound effects in this particular location. By the way, here's... you remember Warden Creek? We meet again with him, and he dies even faster. Nice. I guess I'll just immediately go towards the boss.
Can't do that yet.
Hopefully I ain't going to die here while fighting him. I might, just because I will overextend. And actually, yeah, he does a lot. Alright. And his third phase. I'm dumb. When he goes up there, you should try to not stand near them. And he's dead. No ointments, no oils, nothing is needed. Oh, by the way, I remember my brother's like first character, the Dead Knight. Guys, as far as I get, there is nothing there this way and this way in Ether. So if you are playing a hardcore character, do not go there. Like it's there is nothing there. Come on, like just don't. I'm going for the second DLC first. I still have the second DLC to clear, and then I will go into Elite. For the first difficulty, I go with like clearing all of the stuff, all of the locations.
So it is fit. Can't afford to under.
Okay. What weird stuff. So yeah, so sell the stuff and go into the second DLC. This boss didn't manage to kill me, which is good. He had a chance to do so. But he didn't do it.
Put it to good use.
I will put this legendary crest in my own stash, so that maybe I will play some character that will going to utilize this pierce, bleed stuff. Maybe.
I'll keep an eye on this. I'll give you a good price on what I've got left. See you around.
Okay, so now we go here. And we start the second DLC.
So, you are in the Corvin. The three go to the center of the camp.
I can't do that yet.
So, you are what?
Gonna collect those lore notes just to get more experience. So they will going to allow you later on to join one of those cults. Now those cults are not fighting between each other in this DLC, so you will going to pick one of them, but you will still going to be able to max the reputation with all of those cults by simply killing monsters.
The emissary warned me of your
Wow, nice trial.
The emissary was right, as usual.
I could hear the battle from here. So then, are you ready? Ah, yeah.
Okay, so doesn't really matter what am I going to pick up, though I can check like what will they sell.
That skill's not ready.
See anything you like?
Something like fire related, fire or elemental. Eat or burn fire damage. So they have fire. What about elemental? It doesn't necessarily matter because I will going to max out reputation with all of them, so I will be able to buy stuff from any of them. They have good fire stuff.
See anything you like?
Blood and... okay, chaos resist. Let's see. Soul Cult has some chaos resistance on items, when it comes to like items that give you chaos resistance. They also have the stuff that you can apply to your armor to gain 12% chaos resist. Yeah, so they got some chaos resistances. Yep, those are the stuff that you are referring to. Yep. So you see, this is the stuff that you put on your like weapons and your rings and amulets. This one, as well as this one. Those ones are going to be placed in armor, and pretty much every single faction has those kinds of enchantments for your gear that you can put on that will going to give you resistances. This one, for example, you can place it in all of your armor, and this one is giving you 12% chaos resist. Or this is going to give you 8% resistance, 8% vitality resistance. So in case you will be searching for something that is going to give you chaos resist for armor that you can put on, Soleil Cult has it.
See you around.
Now let's search for some bleeding resist. I'm pretty sure that they should have. One of them should have.
See anything you like?
If you are searching for vitality and chaos, this cult has it. You can just jump around from like faction to faction if you remember where they are, and you can search. Those that you place in armor starts from where you get revered status with a faction. Basically the last one. You can jump from one to another and just see what kind of stuff is more beneficial to you and apply it to your armor. You can go with like combination of different types. Those here were giving pierce resistance as well as vitality.
Come see what's left of my wares.
This one. 8% for pierce and 8% for vitality. You might go with this if you need this. You might go with like this one as well for chaos.
Iron well spent.
I think I'm gonna sign with them.
Perhaps you would be a Soleil does not need your help, but that I will allow it. The forgotten.
So,
Since they have fire, I will going to go with them. And max reputation with all of them.
I can't do that yet.
The oracles of Drieg spoke of your arrival, their mad choir with...
Okay, so the quest, I need to conquer the 5th shard of the Shattered Realm.
Well, look what...
Might as well do it.
Well, look what we've got here. Well, look...
Okay, so a bunch of quests are here for me to do, but we will start with Shattered Realm 1. I'm pretty sure that those of you who played Diablo 3
Can't do that yet.
and done some rifts, this is pretty much like it. So you are on a timer, you need to kill enemies up until this blue bar is going to fill till the end. Once it does, all enemies are going to disappear and the portal to the next location is going to open. Elite enemies are going to give you more when it comes to like filling the bar faster. So if possible, you can try to find them, but you should be fast. I'll just do it till I get to like level 5, as the quest suggests. I'm not doing it for loot, I'm just doing it for the quest.
That skill's not ready.
Well done. This portion of...
Okay then. Then I'll do just like one. Oh wait, you gave me a devotion point. That's a good reward when it comes to reward thing as a whole. I need to get this constellation just for the purposes of lifesteal. bunch of blue items. And a merchant. To whom we can sell this? Yeah, we can. Oh, hello there. Oh my. Now that's a good weapon. It was definitely worth it to go here. See what kind of pistol I got?
What brings you to my
Damn, it's great.
If you find any blue
But I have to...
back here.
I think I still have to go to... First of all, what kind of powder I had in the black steel. So for black steel I have to go Homestead. So I finally get an upgraded version of a pistol. Nice.
Come see what's left of my wares.
Oh, and I finally can also buy this. I completely forgot about that. Like that I can buy a much stronger version of this. They have elemental damage, but I want fire.
Put it to good use.
Who has fire? Let's go and check. Do they have fire?
I'll give you a good price for what I've got left.
Fire damage offensive ability. Energy absorbed. Okay, I'm going to take it into consideration. So those guys have something good for me. What about Kaiman's Chosen? I'm pretty sure that either they or here
For what I've got left.
fire burn rings and amulets. I already have this. So they only have 4 rings and amulets.
Iron well spent.
Fine. Then we will going to buy this thing.
See anything you like? See you around.
And I think 2 of them, yeah, 2. Because I will change the one that I have here.
Put it to good use.
Great.
Is my specialty.
Nice. And now let's go back into DLC. If I am not mistaken,
I thought I told you what you...
the enemies in this location are going to do some poison damage as well as some vitality here. Poison and vitality. Not gonna mention like physical because it is obvious. Physical vitality, internal trauma. It's a good thing that it's a legendary, but it's not for me. Story-wise, basically every cult has united to fight and to stop the last boss of this DLC and his armies. Though granted, you will start to see his forces only much later into DLC. For now, you will going to fight against some skeletons, some locals, yes, some dinosaurs, scarabs. Basically against flora and fauna. So unfortunately, you will going to start seeing the real threat only much later into this DLC. Somehow this place reminds me of Act 2 in Diablo 2, the desert area. Though it has a little bit more of that leaves in here. It's gonna have like water and stuff, oasis. But generally this like vibe that this location looks like Act 2 from Diablo 2, it's here. Although I'm pretty positive that types of enemies like Tonics and Eldritch are not going to be present in this DLC, so I'm not gonna receive benefit from that part of Inquisitor ability. Okay, and I also wanted to do that devotion rundown because I think it's interesting to know what exactly from this like whole stuff are you leveling. So for now, I'm going to go through the stuff that I have. So I have a bat here, which overall my damage is fire and elemental. Bat, on the other hand, gives like vitality and stuff, which is not really that good for my class. It's actually pointless for my class, but it gives some offensive ability. 3% lifesteal is good enough. But this is most likely the reason why it is included in this build. So you're going to have this additional proc for those 2 projectiles to get launched into your enemies when you are shooting them. I placed it to my fire strike primarily because it's my main source of attack, so I'm shooting it into enemies and I get those additional projectiles. That has also 100% chance of pass through enemies and will do additional damage to those in the backline. It does like vitality damage again and some piercing damage. Nothing really that good considering the fact that I'm not really into vitality and piercing with this build. I'm going with fire and elemental. However, it's still an additional like attacks that also will going to provide me with 40% of attack damage will be converted to health. So nevertheless, it's still good, it's still there, and it still does a bit more damage and give me a lifesteal. Viper, Cunning Spirit, chance of energy leech, energy absorbed, vitality resistance, reducing elemental resistances, plus 3% offensive ability. My guess is that this constellation is primarily picked for 15 to Cunning and Spirit, because we put pretty much all the points into one stat, and those like Cunning and Spirit we should not touch. Vitality resistance is good. Actually, resistances are always good to have. This one, I don't think that you have problems with mana with this, with this class. And the most important is probably this, reducing resistances for 3 seconds, 20% reduce, and 3% offensibility. So it's great because we are doing that elemental type damage, as well as fire, which is a part of the elemental. Heal, defense, avoiding melee attacks. Only 2% for avoiding melee and projectile, but gives us defense ability, movement speed, and again, resistances. Good enough. Solemn Watcher, physique, armor, cold resistances, again armor pierce, physique defense, and reflect damage reduction. Now, despite the fact that we are range, we are still a lot of times are going to be face to face with enemies, and we are going to have to be capable of tanking them in their attacks. And I'm pretty positive that this is a good addition to your overall survivability with resistances that it gives you, as well as armor that we are currently, even now, we are lacking it, considering how much physical damage we are getting hit with. Hawk, offensive ability, crit damage, offensive ability, and minus cunning requirement. Since we are pumping all of our points into physique, having that minus 10% cunning on range weapons is good enough. Having offensive ability is, once again, great. The more you're going to have it later on, the more you'll be able to crit your enemies and proc your deadly aim and all that kind of stuff. Will, elemental damage, ether resist, health and energy. Once again, elemental damage, energy and defense ability. Mostly for elemental damage. Ether resist is good, health, energy, kinda. Again, energy and defense ability. But once again, mostly for getting that elemental attack from here. Harvestman site, I already mentioned it today multiple times. It's 6%, basically altogether it's going to give you 6% movement speed. Increase healing effects, which means, I believe it means also increase lifesteal, because it heals you. I might be wrong on that. Bonus to stats, because we do not level those. Defense ability, increase health, regeneration. Also good. More health and more regeneration. So overall, for more HP regeneration, and for that 6% movement speed. Next thing is the Soil's Switchblade. Chaos damage, we do not need this. Physique, Spirit, offense ability, good. Fire, Chaos, we do not care about this, but we care about fire damage and defense ability. Again, fire damage, and again, defense ability. And this is amazing stuff, 15% chance on attack. Fire damage, chaos damage, minus movement speed, fire resistance, and chaos resistance for enemy. Overall, a great thing to boost your fire attack. The last thing is going to be Ghoul in this setup that we are currently having. We started to level him up. Not level, but unlocking him. Physique, defense ability, health regeneration, lifesteal, and increase health regeneration, so good enough. More defense ability, more health regen, as well as lifesteal, and this amazing stuff that once your HP is going to drop below 45% health, you will gain 5-second duration buff that will grant you the ability of converting 40% of your attack damage into health, 8% attack speed, and physical resistance. So you will be drain tanking for the duration of this skill with increased lifesteal as well as increased attack speed. It's not the last constellation that we are going to unlock. We still have a long way to go, but for now, this is what I have, and this is what I am sticking with. Completely forgot to remove this, because actually, in a lot of builds, those things in here, from where you start leveling, unlocking constellations, those knots should be removed and placed into the constellations themselves. So I kind of get the idea of where the person who was making this guide was going with, and how this stuff works together. It will be interesting to look at the final picture and to grasp the idea behind what he was choosing and why he was choosing one thing over the other.
That skill's not ready.
I'm pretty sure that there is a cap for attack speed threshold that you cannot pass, that you will not going to receive bonuses from it anymore.
That skill's not ready.
Yeah, so I was completely wrong about the fact that enemies are not giving enough experience with the experience potion. They are most definitely giving enough. Should they've been given more, I would have problems of not receiving any experience from them, due to the fact that I'm already like 4 levels ahead of them. So they're 75 and I am almost 80. 75, 74.
That skill's not ready.
For the most part, when clearing most of the white and yellow enemy packs, I already don't feel the need of utilizing Inquisitor Seal. So I might as well just utilize it when I will going to see an elite or a boss.
That skill's not ready.
Yeah, I guess... wait a second. Yeah, I was completely wrong. There are Eldritch enemies here, such as those ghosts. So I am getting that bonus attack against them. Those spirits.
That skill's not ready.
And I'm pretty sure that later on, when we will get to fight Horvath's army, we are going to see more and more of those enemies against whom our bonus damage is going to be relevant. Now, if I'm not gonna miss it, somewhere in the second DLC you can find a location in which, with 100% chance, much like that first shield, legendary shield that we found, you can find a ring. If you have played World of Warcraft, you probably know that you can get there a full set of items for your alternative characters. Let's say you want to create a new character and you will going to want to have bonuses for him. In here you can do this as well. You can collect full set of items that will going to give you like bonus experience, as well as some other good stats that will going to help you along the way. And if I'm not mistaken, they are going to be scaling with your level. And one of those items can be found in this DLC with 100% chance. It's not a random drop or anything, you just have to find a location where this item can be found, can be collected. Nice. %31% of resistances against Ether and against Chaos. This in return means that when I will be looking at some of those new items, that I will be planning on using. I will be able to neglect some of that Ether and Chaos resistance. And still, we're not gonna drop below a certain amount. For Chaos, I have a lot, like 85 plus 73 over cap. That's a second item from Dread Knight set that I found.
I can't do that yet. Can't do that yet.
I guess I'm going to take like a wild guess, but
Can't do that yet.
I think that one of the classes that is for whom it's kind of hard to get gear for is going to be some version of a Petomancer. Simply because you'd have to work not only on your own resistances and on your own like stuff that will going to benefit your character, but you also have to look for the stuff that will going to help your pets, because your pets also have resistances and you also need to work on them. They are not something invincible or anything like that, and without proper gear for resistance they will going to die quite fast. I'm talking about those Necromancer skeletons, for example. There are a lot of them, but they kind of die really fast if you, especially if you're not having gear that can support their survivability. Hello to you too, Fane Brain. Welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well. Hope you are having a nice time. Conjure. Amazing class for due to the fact that he has like lots of survivability and being capable of life stealing and keeping himself alive that way. I'm referring to Vitality Conjure, the one that goes with Devouring Swarm. As well as some of those debuffs and damage over time effects that Shaman can provide, as well as Occultist. What I like about Vitality Conjure is the fact that you can debuff enemies as well as throw your damage over time effects on them, and even if they stun you, you can still utilize... You can still get your lifesteal out of them. And another thing that I like about him is, especially for beginners, you are capable of kiting enemies with him quite well. You can slow your enemies down as well as run around, and you are not tied to just stand on one place or channel some ability. You throw your skills at your enemy and you are running around while those damage over time effects are doing the work for you. Granted, still for every class you have to have some kind of common sense to not throw yourself into those very unfavorable situations. But just like I said, you're going to be alive as long as you are doing some kind of damage to your enemies.
My inventory.
Yep, pretty much a lot of that damage over time, with additionally being capable of just running around for kiting your enemies. There is also a variation of it that would go with like with some kind of two-handed weapon, and from Shaman you take something in form of his... I forgot the name of that skill. It acts like Zeal from... Diablo 2. So we basically can go into like 2 ways. Yeah, with not Primal Strike, but Savagery. That one that each time when you attack enemies, you get those stacks. Gameplay-wise, it's going to be something similar to if you are just playing as a caster. But it's going to be more about just debuff and apply those damage over time effects on your enemies, and with your two-handed weapon run to them and start hitting them. But that's not always going to be possible, considering the fact that you might die from those enemies. So you got to consider the fact that is it safe for me to just run to them and attack them, or should I just try to kite them and let the damage over time totem do the work? It's totally okay. Like, this isn't my first character, but considering the fact that previously, when I've played this game only on hardcore, and farthest I got that I've managed to get was the second DLC on the second difficulty. We are all pretty much on the same like level of knowing the game and stuff. And when it comes to builds, considering the fact that I'm not creating any kind of builds and stuff, due to the fact that in order to do so you have to have a lot of knowledge about mechanics and stuff. You have to play a lot. I basically pick the build from the internet and I play with it. Even with the build that I'm using now, I'm looking at the end picture, and for the most part, the only thing that I'm kinda following is the how you level up devotion, and with everything else, I pretty much just go with. I still try to look at the how the skill distribution in the build is, but how I get there is a little bit different. And in case something, the chance to reset the skill points, reset devotion skill points, as well as reset attributes points, it's very cheap, and you can always utilize it. It's very useful, I think, to have that possibility if you want to experiment, if you want to add a little bit of your own into the build, and to see whether or not it will going to work out. in the end, you can do it.
See anything you like? Put it to good use.
After all, such games have a lot of room for experimentation.
Power. Orvac and his minions cannot be underestimated. We must.
And it's just fun. Maybe by some miracle you're going to be able to. Maybe by some miracle you'll be able to make the build that you are utilizing even stronger than it is right now. Or maybe you are not liking how this thing is working with that thing, and you would like to change it to how you see it. Of course you can do it.
That skill's not ready. That skill's not ready.
Well, good.
I can't do that yet.
I'm actually impressed by the fact that a lot of people, well, not a lot of stuff. Comparing to, let's say, some Diablo games or Path of Exile, not a lot of people know about this game, but it doesn't mean that this game is like bad or something like that. This game is great, it's just that not many players have spread the word about this game. It definitely has a lot of stuff that you would want to have in an action RPG game.
I can't do that yet.
It's one of those like hidden gems for a person who likes action RPGs.
I can't do that yet.
I personally haven't played it myself, but a lot of people were saying that it's just not ready yet. Like, it has good stuff in it, but there's just way too many flaws there. Like some pretty much most of the builds are not even relevant and are not even viable, so that's there. way, I was mentioning about this ring. Basically, it's one of the items that you're going to find in this game. Sorry about that. Everything that's Streamlabs kind of base settings, Streamlabs chatbots has this thing that it kind of bans the word that is kind of assassin or basically everything like related to that. And in case anything, I can still see the messages that you wrote that was deleted by Streamlabs. So if anything, I will still going to be able to see it and respond to it. But I was speaking about the place where you can find this ring for your alternative characters that you would wanna use. If you can get like the full set, though the process of getting it will require you to do some side quests, go to some hidden locations, and fight not the most like easiest bosses. And you have to have like one character that is going to be like level 100 and with a very good gear, because you would have to fight a very strong boss to get certain pieces of that set. But those items like this is going to be utilized by your alternative characters. If you want to create a new character on the same account and you have this set, you can transfer those items to that character, utilize them. I'm pretty sure that they are scaling with your level, meaning that the stats will going to scale. I personally have not used them, but it gives you like this all bonus to all damage, which is going to be no. The one that is Leovinus Ring. There, the one that I've placed in this inventory. It's going to be utilized for your, if you want to get like more experience as well as to have like nice resistances, plus it gives bonus to all damage. It means that whatever character you would go, it will still going to provide a bonus to that damage that you will going to be utilizing. Whether it be Pierce, Elemental, doesn't matter. You can level up a character without it, but it's just, I guess it's a good information to know. Plus it gives experience boost, which you can utilize with those potions, Potion of Clarity. Once you're going to get yourself one character up to level 100, which is the maximum level in this game, you can buy those potions. Actually try to buy as something like 100 or so, depending on how many characters you would want to level up afterwards, and get yourself reputation scrolls. Basically, I'm going to show this to you. You have those factions with whom you are slowly gaining reputation, and throughout the process of leveling, I'm going to teleport to Devil's Crossing to show you what I mean by that. So here's your like faction. And you have different statuses with fraction, different levels of honor. It starts from friendly and it finishes at revered. And starting from honored, you will going to get this. You can buy these scrolls. Those scrolls are the one that you can utilize for gaining faster reputation with the faction. However, this scroll only works for that character you buy it for. So it means you cannot transfer it to other characters. However, once you're going to get to revered status, you're going to be able to buy those mandates. I believe each faction has it, so it will going to speed the reputation gain by 150% with the respective faction. Those ones you can place to the stash and pick it with your other characters and utilize it on them. Even if those factions are not unlocked, you can still use them and you will be gaining that reputation way faster with those factions. And by gaining that reputation, you're going to gain access to actually decent gear, especially for leveling, and those powders that you can put on the rings, on the amulets. And starting from level 70, you will going to gain access to those powders that you can put on your armor. On each piece of armor you can put them, and they all have different stats. Each faction has different ones, so before you start buying them, try to go from faction to faction and see what exactly do you need, what kind of resistances do you need, and depending on that, see what kind of powder you want to put to increase those resistances that you lack the most. So this is the general thing. So once you reach to level 100, once you will going to reach to those revered statuses with factions, definitely for your next characters try to buy those mandates as well as experience potions, so that you would gain a nice boost of experience and unlocking gear faster than you would normally do if you would not utilize them. I guess you can, if my Streamlabs chatbot is not... Try to pause the link to your build. I am going to also open my Streamlabs to see. Okay. Okay, I see the link. I'm going to... add 2 exceptions to the Streamlabs chatbot. Let me see. Preferences. Okay, so I will going to add so that okay, now it should be better. Now it should also add those links links from that are referred to Grim tools should be also people should also be able to send their like Grim tools links in the chat. You're going to gain more attribute points since you are not level 100 yet. Plus, you, as far as I remember, and yeah, you gain from certain quests. You are going to gain attribute points as well. But for the most part, which is, I think here, attribute points distribution. Well, first of all, do not be discouraged. I am going to go and show you. Basically, everything. Skills, devotions, as well as your attribute points can be reverted. As you can see, you have such things like Tonic of Clarity that can be used to reset your devotion points. You have your Tonic of Reshaping that can reset your attribute points. So even if you are going to mess up with leveling stat points as well as skill points or devotions, you can redo them by how you will going to want to do them. It's easily done and it's quite cheap. For the most part in this game, a lot of builds are going to go with placing pretty much all of their points into physique. Spirit usually gets leveled up as much so that you would have enough to equip your items that you cannot equip. So you have an item that you want to equip and you put just as enough points in it so that you would be able to equip it. And cunning, in most situations, cunning is being taken by those classes like Infiltrator or Blade Master, those classes who are utilizing some form of either range weapon or something like dual wield blades, who are playing also with weapon pool skills. I personally think that you are not going to mistake with stat distribution for Conjure if you would go for something like to put 60 to 70% of your attribute points into physique. you should not have any kind of mana issues, or you really do not want to have lots of cunning. But physique just overall is going to give you more HP, and you will be more tanky, which is a good thing, because actually conjurers have quite good numbers of HP in their endgame build. So they are not really squishy. And in case something, you can always reset points. Option is always there. And even though it's your first build, like especially if it's your first build, do not worry about the fact that you are going to mess some things up. It's okay, you just started the game, so... I mean, you just started with your first character, you definitely have... You are going to learn more about the game as you are going to be playing. Because it's much like in Path of Exile, you can't just simply like create there in Path of Exile a character and not to mess some things up. The same goes here, so... It's definitely okay. And considering the fact that Vitality Conjure is definitely a beginner-friendly character that has a lot of chances to get you to the end game, and with whom you can also farm for other characters, you can rest assured that you've picked the proper one.
I can't do that yet.
And yes, most definitely try to also experiment with like other classes as you play, because here a lot of class combinations are possible, and it just depends on what kind of what kind of goal do you want to achieve? If you want to achieve like the highest end game, then there are characters for that. If you are just planning to go through the campaign and try out the late game a little bit, you can try different class combinations. Lots of builds are still viable. When it comes to the build that I have picked up, I also went to the internet searching a build for a class combination that I was interested for a long time. I was interested in playing something
That skill's not ready.
something that would have like 2 pistols, and just starting from there I just search for something that is going to be like relevant to that particular playstyle. And thus I got to this build. And I also want to show to the viewers that this build is capable of getting through the campaign. That this build is also one of those that are beginner friendly, and as well as I am going to be showing them and showcasing the fact that as much pluses this build has and this class has, I cannot avoid saying another thing, that this class is also having problems, some problems with survivability. When I was starting to play this game, I've created, and since I was playing mostly like hardcore, not because I am good at hardcore, no, absolutely not. I've killed at least like 10 characters on hardcore. But I was trying to experiment with different classes, with this necromancer or a shaman or even some version of tactician with dual pistols. I experimented a lot. Granted, once again, I was picking builds that are complete random. I was just having fun. Wasn't diving really into the specifics. Even tried to create some of my own. Single class build? Let's see. Yeah, I tried to play Necromancer. Primarily with his pets. Only Necromancer and his pets and stuff that buffs pets. His skeletons, his Gargantua, and he has something else there, like has different kinds of stuff. I guess you can say that I was trying to create some kind of Diablo 2 Necromancer. But to put it simply, then I started to realize, and I was also told that in this game, having a dual class, if you are not having some kind of a dual class, you are missing a lot. To put it simply, if you are going with only one class, for example, you can put into another class another like 50 points into another 50 points into a mastery bar, and that thing is going to give you like a lot of stats that you are going to be pretty much just missing if you are not. And for every class, mastery points are giving different stats. And you are missing quite a lot. Plus, there is a synergy. For example, here I'm doing dual pistol Purifier with fire and elemental attack. But I'm using this like Fire Strike instead of my auto attacks. So this Fire Strike has 3 modifications that are working pretty much all the time. But that's not all. For example, I could have just sticked with that, but then I would miss on some of the amazing features that, for example, Inquisitor has for this kind of playstyle. First of all, I would miss on being able to carry 2 pistols. That's one thing. Second, I would miss on a lot of damage, as well as attack speed, that those passive skills are giving. And you also have this stuff which is called weapon pool skills. Basically, when you are auto-attacking or using a skill that is changing your auto-attack, you are having those particular skills like this, Bursting Round, or Chilling Rounds, or Storm Spread. Those passive skills have a chance to proc, weapon pool skills, sorry. They have a chance to proc. With each attack, you will going to chance to proc at least like one of them. It might seem like the chance is not that high, but the chance is still there, and the more attack speed you have, the more chances you have to proc those attacks. And they just overall, when they do proc, they will going to give you a lot, like big crits, big numbers, etc., as well as crowd control and many other good things. So definitely, yeah, there is a possibility to do a single class build, but you would miss a lot if not deciding to pick a second class. This whole game, like this whole game's unique feature is that possibility of dual class combinations. And I think not using them, you are just missing on a lot. The room for experiments is definitely present. The only thing that is left to figure out is whether those experiments are going to be beneficial for the build that you are trying to achieve or not. One unfortunate thing when I was playing on hardcore, well, okay, on hardcore, if you die, you permanently lose character. You cannot transfer him to softcore or anything like that. But another... That thing is present, okay, but another thing that kind of limits me and why I went with playing softcore now is just the fact that hardcore limits your experimentation. Yep. As cruel as it is, once your character dies on hardcore in this game, he is gone for sure. That's an unfortunate thing because you might create some interesting character there, you might get good gear.
That skill's not ready.
But since he died on hardcore, he's dead for good. Unfortunate. And I know for the fact that in Diablo 3 it's not like this. You can still utilize him on softcore. In Path of Exile I wasn't playing hardcore, so I cannot speak for that game particularly. But for Diablo I can. Yeah, it's definitely better to have an option of transfer. If he dies, you can still play him, but on softcore. And hardcore kind of limits your experimentation window. Because not too many of the builds are hardcore viable. And you might be wanting to create something unique and maybe even something funny, but you'll be limited with the fact that it might not be possible to do this stuff on hardcore. For example, I wouldn't really recommend someone to utilize dual pistols Purifier for hardcore, considering that there are many cases where because you're not the safest one, not the safest class, despite the fact that you have some defensive mechanisms, they are not that strong. Especially early on, as you start to play, to level the character, you still might die. And there isn't that much lifesteal at the beginning. Or defensive layers, as I like to call them. In this game, you have to consider the fact that comparing to, let's say, Path of Exile, there are no bottles that are going to give you, like, temporary immunity. There is a crystal that can give you, like, 75% less damage, but it has a very long cooldown, and it's not lasting long enough. And here, your tankiness comes from considering factors like resistances, defense, not just defense, but armor, as well as your defense ability, as well as your damage absorption mechanisms. For example, I'm using this Inquisitor seal. When I stand in there, I receive, let's say, I get 22% elemental resistances, as well as some damage absorption. So there is a lot of stuff that overall will going to have some effect on you, on how tanky your character is. Mine is not really that tanky. Mine is more about doing damage versus being tanky. If I would have gone for something tanky, I would have go for Conjurer, or I would go for Warlord, who has a lot of damage absorption, almost to the point where he will temporarily receive no damage at all from enemies. But I'm liking... I like to go for something that's going to be fun.
Can't do that yet.
By the way, that side area dungeon that we just cleared. So in this DLC we're going to have a quest line that will going to bring you that will going to when you're going to finish all of them, you're going to open another one of those dungeons that will require a skeleton key for you to enter it. Currently we passed like 1 out of 3 of those quests. So we need 2 more to open it. Speaking about wines, what I really liked about that spell is the fact that how amazing the crowd control works when you are utilizing it. There were cases where enemies were pretty much just they piled on top of one another and they couldn't move to me and were just pretty much stuck. And those who were not stuck, they were slowed significantly and couldn't really come close to me. This class is, once again, I'm going to repeat that Conjure is really, really good when it comes to how beginner friendly it is. Though you have to press a lot of buttons. Yeah, you have to press a lot of buttons, you have lots of skill to press. But at the same time, for the output that you gain from the class and how forgiving this class is for mistakes, considering how he can heal you up, how he can save you in those situations where others would have died, I really think that this class is worth it. and this class is by no means bad or anything like that. Safety is there, tankiness is there, has good offense capabilities, has amazing debuffs, crowd control, etc. Not really gear dependent, which is also quite good when you are leveling. There isn't that much of a need while leveling to farm for specific gear pieces. Everything can be found just while leveling a character.
That skill's not ready.
Vitality set for conjurers. I guess it should be something that would give you vitality damage. There should be like something with vitality, something with maybe bleed, maybe chaos, if you are utilizing the chaos bolt.
That skill's not ready. I can't do that yet.
Hey, I could.
That skill's not ready.
Is it just me, or is this DLC just overall I'm getting through it faster than the previous one? And also for some really strange reason, I got to level I should explain how I got so fast to that kind of level, and why am I genuinely over-leveling the stuff. And that's a lot comes to those potions of clarities that you can also get from once you will going to get yourself a character of level 100, once you will going to get one of your characters to end game, basically. It's one of those benefits. I definitely could have done this walkthrough series without those, but I've just thought that having this option, being able to unlock skills that I want faster, is too much to pass on. Okay, so I got myself 4% more lifesteal, which is amazing. Now, in case anything, I will be even more tanky. Well, not tanky, I will just going to lifesteal more than I could. Previously I had like 3% from one constellation, and now I have +4 more.
That skill's not good.
I still have to somehow find myself gear that is going to have more armor stat on it. To put it simply, there are enemies who are doing a lot of physical damage. Just flat physical damage. And against that stat, that attack, currently I do not have ways to deal with it. Like, I can stand in the seal, but it isn't going to save me from it in all of the cases. Oh, great. Speaking of overconfidence, god damn it. Here is what I was saying, which, by the way, you can look at the damage graph and you're going to see with what kind of damage I got hit the most. And the most was the physical. 8,700. Yeah. Unfortunately. It's in situations like this where you understand that even though you have those good resistances, like even some overcapped ones, even when you are standing in the Inquisitor seal, which has the damage absorption and all that kind of stuff, it's still not going to save you. And this is why, and kind of another reason why I was saying that this class isn't really hardcore friendly. And it's because of the fact that those situations can happen when you might be thinking to yourself, I'm just gonna stand there. I mean, I have all the stuff that I need. I have my seal ready, and I have lifesteal, and then you die. I could have standed in the distance and defeat that enemy from afar.
That skill's not ready.
But I was overconfident. And I got punished for it. By the way, this enemy is completely off-screen. As is this enemy here. Wow. They glitched themselves.
That skill's not ready.
Okay, try number 2. Only this time I'm going to place a portal here, so that I wouldn't have to run here again if I die. I shouldn't die, but I will... I will take safety measures.
My inventory is full.
Okay, what kind of item is this? Not interested. Okay, so... let's go and complete this quest. And I guess we will simply going to finish our today's
Come see what's left.
episode
See you around.
on this particular note. Gonna sell that stuff off stream.
Hello again.
Alright then. We're gonna finish our today's stream session right here. In case if you have missed previous parts of this walkthrough series, you can visit and rewatch them on our YouTube channel. Link to that channel is provided in the Twitch tab section. The playlist is going to be named Grim Dawn Unedited Purifier Walkthrough. So for you to know where to look, or in case if you are interested in some beginner-friendly content, we also have a playlist there for those kinds of videos that are going to tell you more about certain aspects of the game that you might be interested in. All of that kind of stuff is present there. I'm going to repeat that we are the kind of content creators that are pushing for the beginner-friendly content. We are not professionals in the games that we are making like videos for, the beginner-friendly videos, but we are still trying to highlight some particular aspects that are going to be useful for the beginners, for them to better understand the game that they are playing. So, most of our content is going to be dedicated for them, for their kind of needs and purposes. So in case you are if you are a beginner, or if you are just genuinely interested in some beginner-friendly content, do check. Or maybe you are just willing to check the content that we have out there. We would most definitely appreciate that, and we would be thankful to you. Additionally, if you are wondering about the schedule and stuff, how can you know when me or my brother is going to be streaming his game for this channel? The schedule is provided in Twitch tab sections with time, with dates, so that you would know when to expect us and what to expect. Social media links are also present in case you are willing to keep in touch with us, keep in touch with all the information that we are providing. That option is also there for you, and you can follow us on Facebook, Instagram, or Twitter. The next thing is, of course, going to be related by how you can support this channel. There are many ways for you to do so. There are subscription to Twitch, Twitch Prime subscription. There is also bits, tips, and cheers, as well as Patreon. That's for those of you who are willing to support this channel with a penny or two. For those kinds of donations, you're going to, of course, receive rewards such as content ahead of schedule, never before seen stuff, mentioning your name in edited videos, Q&A sessions, and many more. Icons, collectibles, emotes, everything is present. The next thing how you can support this channel is, of course, by just spreading the word. Spreading the word is a powerful tool to attract more attention, to attract more viewers. Maybe you are having someone who is also interested in those particular games that we play and you want to share with them this particular channel. You can do so. Nobody forces you, it's all voluntarily, but that help would be appreciated. So those are the options for you to consider if you'd like to consider them. If not, it's totally okay. No one forces you. To me, what matters the most is that for you viewers to have entertainment, to receive interesting information, hopefully useful one, and for you to enjoy the time spent here, because enjoyment and fun, as well as learning something new, is definitely something that will going to help you out and going to mean to me that the content that we produce is appreciated by the viewers. Once again, thank you all for today's participation in the chat, for today's participation in the stream. I'd like to say thank you, guys. I will be seeing you all in the next stream that is going to happen next week on Tuesday. Thank you, everyone. Have a nice time, and we will see each other next stream. Take care of yourselves, keep healthy, and have a nice time. Have a nice weekend. Goodbye.